First qualifiers on the track. Number 1 is Eagle's Claw, Corey McPherson. Dunsand Sticks to 2, Jill Burial. 3, Daddy Boy, Miles Heffernan Sr. 4, Zendaya's Cracker Jack, the 4, Brody McPhee. 5, Rock My Lou, 5, David Dowling. 6, Electra Flying and Daryl McLean. Starship Sharky, 7, Adam Murner. Goose Commander, 8, Jason Hughes. Eagle's Claw, Dunsand Sticks, Daddy Boys, Zendaya's Cracker Jack, Rock My Lou, Electra Flying, Starship Sharky, Goose Commander. First of 5 qualifiers, top of the stretch. Here they come. Off and pacing, electrifying from the outside. Daddy Boy between horses on the rail. That's Eagle's Claw, 3rd to make the turn. Zendaya's Cracker Jack goes 4th. Dunsand Sticks 5th, up 3 wide in 6th. As they move up the backstretch towards that quarter, that is Starship Sharky. Then Rock My Lou is 7th, and the trailer is Goose Commander. So one straight back to 8 here in the early going. Electrifying will be quarter pole leading for Darrell McLean. Daddy Boy tucked away 2nd, Eagle's Claw in 3rd. Zendaya's Cracker Jack will round the turn 4th, and Starship Sharky tucked away in 5th. Dunsand Sticks is 6th, Rock My Lou 7th, Goose Commander 8th, 30, and a 1/5 was the opening quarter. They're in straight alignment, a field of 8 towards that half mile. Electra Flying is the leader. 2-hole ride, that's Daddy Boy racing 3rd, Eagle's Claw 4th. Zendaya's Cracker Jack. Then in 5th is Starship Sharky. Dunsand Sticks is 7th. Rock My Lou at 8th. And the trailer, Goose Commander. Halfway home in 1 minute and 2/5. Consecutive 30-1 splits. They're arriving at 5-8. Little better than a 2-length lead for Electra Flying. Daddy Boy continues 2nd. 3rd is Eagle's Claw. Off stride. Zendaya's Cracker Jack jumped it off as he went to the outside. Up into 4th. Starship Sharky. Then Dunsand Sticks is 5th. In between the horses, Goose Commander 6th, Rock My Lou 7th, and on the outside 8th, Zendaya's Cracker Jack. 1:30 and 3, another 30 1/4, and it's all electrifying here in qualifier number 1. Starship Sharky picks up 2nd, now Daddy Boy 3rd, then in 4th, Eagle's Claw, but it's alone on the line for electrifying and Darrell McLean. Starship Sharky up 2nd, Eagle's Claw 3rd. Time for the mile in 1:59 and a 1. Now the results of the first qualifier: Eagle's Claw 3rd, Dunsand Stick 7, Daddy Boy 4th, Zendaya's Cracker Jack 6, Rock My Lou was 8th, Electra Flying the winner, Starship Sharky was 2nd, Goose Commander 5th. 30-1, 1 minute 2, 1:30-3, mile 1:59-1. In review, 3:74, 6:81, 2:5. The second qualifier is on the track, number 1, Chicon, with Colin Shepard. To Louis the Lip, Brody McPhee. Captain Besbit G, the 3, Miles Heffernan Sr. 4 is Red Eye de Shanghai, Wade Myers. Real Fancy Pants 5, Jason Hughes. Watch Me Shake It 6, Kenny Arsenault. Windermere Brett 7, Paul Langell. 8, Woodmere Lizzie, Corey McPherson. Second qualifier, Chicon, Louis the Lip, Captain Besbit G, Red Eye to Shanghai, Real Fancy Pants, Watch Me Shake It, Windermere Brit, and a Woodmere Lizzie. Fast track conditions, and there's no variant, 14 degrees Celsius, second of 5, post time. Off and racing, Captain Besbit B is the first one out. Between horses come Watch Me Shake It, and way wide into the turn. That's Woodmere Lizzie, and coming up the inside, Chicon is the leader. Racing second and going on for the lead on the outside is Watch Me Shake It. Now Captain Besbit G settles into third, about to drop in fourth. That's Woodmere Lizzie. Fifth is Louis the Lip. That in sixth. It's a Windermere Brit. Seventh, Red Eye to Shanghai. And the trailer, Real Fancy Pants. By the first quarter mile, and Watch Me Shake It and Kenny Arsenault. They made the front off of 29. and 4/4 miles. Second, Chicon on the turn. Captain Besbidgee, he goes third. Then in fourth, that's Woodmere Lizzie. Fifth is Louis the Lip. Then sixth on the cones is Windermere Bread. Seventh is Red Eye to Shanghai. And then the trailer, Real Fancy Pants. Halfway home, straight alignment at the midway point, led by Watch Me Shake It. In the two-hole chicane. There goes the backfield now with some motion. Third is Captain Besbidgee. First up, fourth. Louis the Lip is underway. The half mile in 1 minute and 3. And second over on the outside and moving up fifth. That's Windermere Bread. Now sixth is Woodmere Lizzie. Outside, Red Eye to Shanghai is seventh. And the trailer, Real Fancy Pants. So the 3/4, the next station, and Watch Me Shake It. We'll lead them there. Louis the Lip on the outside. In the pocket, Chicon. Up with the leaders fourth is Windermere Bread. Now racing fifth on the outside is Red Eye to Shanghai, 1:30. And 2/3/4 of a mile. With an eighth left to go, Watch Me Shake It will turn for home with the lead. Racing from second as they turn down the home stretch and coming to the outside, Chicon. Third is Louis the Lip and Red Eye to Shanghai. On the wire they come next, and Chicon gets up for Shepherd. Second, Watch Me Shake It and Red Eye to Shanghai will finish third. Mile time in 1:59 and 2. Now the results of the second qualifier, Chicon the winner, Louis the Lip 6th, Captain Besbit G 7th, Red Eye to Shanghai 3rd, Real Fancy Pants 4th, Watch Me Shake It was 2nd, Windermere Britt finished 8th, Woodmere Lizzie 5th, fractions of 29 and 4, 1 minute 3, 130 and 2, and the mile 159 and 2. In review, 167, 342, 85. Third qualifier on the track, Howley's Girl the 1, Darrell McLean. Mighty Rearranger 2 out of Murner. Hole another 3, Colin Shepard. For Buckhead Ridge, Mark Campbell. Havarti 5, Paul Langell. Skip across 6, Landon Campbell. Power of 4, 7, Irwin Neal. JK Express number 8 for Kenny Arsenal. Qualifier number 3, Hallie's Girl, Mighty Rio Ranger, hole another. Buckhead Ridge, Havarti, Skip Across, Power of 4, JK Express. Top of the stretch. Four trotters inside, 4 age pacers outside. Qualifier number 3 on the fast track, post time. Off and racing, and the trotters are the first one out. Hallie's Girl along the rail, hole another between horses, and Buckhead Ridge has joined them third as they make their way round the turn. Mighty Rio Rangers away fourth. Then in fifth, that's Havarti. From sixth is Skip Across. That in seventh, Power of 4. And the trailer is JK Express. All on the backstretch, and the 3-year-old trot filly, Hallie's Girl and Daryl McLean. They're out in front over to the quarter. Racing from second, on the cones is hole another. Buckhead Ridge took the seat in third. Racing from fourth, on the rail is Mighty Rio Ranger. 30-2 was the front quarter. Now in fifth, that's Havarti. Back into sixth is Skip Across with Power of 4 seventh, and JK Express in eighth. Straight alignment, and the trotters are up front doing the fraction setting in here at the midway point. Hallie's Girl halfway home. Hole another tracking second. Buckhead Ridge continues third. Mighty Rio Rangers in fourth, with Havarti fifth, Skip Across sixth, Power of 4 seventh, JK Express eighth. The half's up in a minute and 4. Consecutive 30-2 splits in here. On the trot at the 5/8, Hallie's Girl continuing to front hole another. Here comes Buckhead Ridge now, starting to the outside from third. Back into fourth is Mighty Rio Ranger, Havarti fifth. Moving up sixth from the outside is Power of 4 with Skip Across seventh, and JK Express is the eighth. So the by 3/4, Hallie's Girl is still there on the outside to challenge that leader. That's Buckhead Ridge, and hole another is right with them in the pocket. Third, the 3/4 time in 1:31-2, and headed on home. Hallie's Girl still there. Buckhead Ridge grinding away on the outside. Hole another towards the rail. On the wire next here in the third qualifier. Tight between the Buckhead Ridge and Hallie's Girl. Hole another will be third. Time for the mile in 1:59-3. Now the results in the third qualifier. Hallie's Girl was second. Mighty Rio Ranger seventh. Hole another third. Buckhead Ridge the winner. Havarti fourth. Skip Across was eighth. Power of 4 sixth. JK Express fifth. 30-2. 1 minute 4. 1:31-2. And the mile to 1:59-3. In review, it's 2:73, 1:48. 6-5. Fourth qualifiers entering the track. Number 1 is West Coast Kid for Brett Clow. 2, the last start, Mark Campbell. 3, Outrageous Song, Ron Matheson. 'Moonrider' 4, Keith Ford. 5, Laugh Again Hanover, Jason Hughes. 6 is Tony Too Tall, now with Brady Sweet. 7 is Elroy Shiner, now with Paul Langell. Nothing Bugs Me, number 8, Landon Campbell. Fourth qualifier, West Coast Kid, the last starty, Outrageous Song, Moonrider, Laugh Again Hanover, Tony Too Tall, Elroy Shiner, Nothing Bugs Me. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Elroy Shiner is on the run here at the start. There they go, off and facing. Outrageous Song will get the first call. Coming from the outside, that is Tony Too Tall, and farther out, Nothing Bugs Me is leaving around the turn. To get away fourth, Moonrider racing into fifth as they go by the eighth pole. Laugh Again Hanover. West Coast Kids in sixth, and the seventh one is the last starty. And in the backfield, that is Elroy Shiner. Along the back stretch, and to go to the quarter. And from the grandstand side, Nothing Bugs Me for Landon Campbell made the lead, and the lead by 2. Outrageous Song is second, Moonrider third, Tony Too Tall backed up to be fourth, off a 28 and 4/4 mile. Fifth is Laugh Again Hanover. Then racing from 6 on the cones is West Coast Kid. Seventh, that's the last starty. And troubles in the backfield for Elroy Shiner. They arrive at the half mile next, and that's Nothing Bugs Me. Halfway home here in qualifier 4. Second is Outrageous Song. Moonrider continuing third. Tony Too Tall has fourth. Then racing from fifth is Lafayette Hanover with West Coast Kid. Then the last starty in Elroy Shiner, 59 and 2 the half mile. To the backstretch, Nothing Bugs Me, the leader. Here's Tony Too Tall, rushing up on the outside to challenge. Third along the inside, that's Outrageous Song. Moonrider is fourth. Racing from fifth, Lafayette Hanover. West Coast Kid, sixth. The last starty, seventh. Elroy Shiner is eighth, the 3/4 in 1:30. Anna 1/5, and Tony Too Tall took over the late lead. Second is Nothing Bugs Me, dropping back in third, Outrageous Song. Moonrider is fourth. The last starty is coming late from fifth. So in qualifier number 4, here is Tony Too Tall for Brady Sweet. Alone on the line. Nothing Bugs Me will get the deuce, and the last starty rallies up third. The mile in 1:59 flat. Now the results of the fourth qualifier, West Coast Kid was sixth, the last starty third, Outrageous Song seventh, Moonrider fourth, Lafayette Hanover fifth, Tony Too Tall the race winner, Elroy Shiner did not finish, Nothing Bugs Me second, 28 and 4, 59 and 1, 130 and 1, the mile 159. In review 637, 451. Did not finish 2. Fifth in the final qualifier, they're on the track. Number 1 is Redland Rain, Adam Murner. Two is Regan for Paul Angel. Next thing you know, 3, Jill Barrio. 4 is O Positive, Miles Heffernan Sr. 5 is Highly Toxic, Corey McPherson. Nevaeh Divine, 6, Colin Shepard. 7 is Exhilarating, and Daryl McLean. 'Ocean View Lou wears number 8 for Brody McPhee. Fifth and the final qualifier, Redland Rain, Regan. Next thing you know, O Positive, Highly Toxic, Nevaeh Divine, Exhilarating, and Ocean View Lou. All 3-year-olds here to close out the qualifying section. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Off and pacing, Nevaeh Divine is leaving out on the rail, Redland Rain. Third one coming up from the outside, Exhilarating. O Positive between horses, fourth. Coming up fifth in between horses. Next thing you know, Ocean View Lou on the outside, sixth. Regan is seventh, and the trailer, That's highly toxic. So 3 wide they go to the opening quarter. A little serious here. And the farthest one out, exhilarating, headed to the point for Darrell McLean. Nevaeh Divine is second. Redland Rain is settled up third. Oh, Positive goes fourth. That's Ocean View Lou, who took a seat in fifth. Next thing you know, goes sixth, back into seventh, Regan, and the trailer is highly toxic. 29-4 was the front quarter. Exhilarating made the lead, and that lead almost 2 lengths. Second is Nevaeh Divine. Then in third, it's Redland Rain. Oh, Positive is there fourth. Ocean View Lou makes the move to the outside fifth. Next thing you know is going wide in sixth. Regan is seventh, and the trailer is highly toxic. At the midway point, exhilarating in 101 flat. Now on the outside, here's Ocean View Lou, and he's set to take over the lead, arriving at 5/8. Exhilarating second, Nevaeh Divine third, up fourth. Next thing you know, on the cones fifth, that is a Redland Rain. Sixth is O Positive, with Regan seventh, and on the outside eighth, that is highly toxic. So at 3/4, Ocean View Lou is taking over top spot. Exhilarating is second from the outside. Next thing you know is with them in third. Nevaeh Divine fourth, on the outside fifth. Redland Rain 3/4 in 1:30-3, and headed on down the home stretch. And up front it's Ocean View Lou to lead them home. Second, exhilarating, Nevaeh Divine comes up the inside third, but it's Ocean View Lou and Brody McPhee on the line. Second, that'll go to exhilarating. Looked like next thing you know came up to be third. 1:59-4. Now the results of the fifth qualifier, Redland Rain fifth, Regan was seventh. Next thing you know, third. O Positive was eighth. Highly Toxic finished sixth. Nevaeh Divine fourth. Exhilarating was second. Ocean View Lou was the winner. 29-4, 101, 130-3, and the mile 159-4. In review, it's 573, 864, 21. Tom. Post time.
Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Couldn't ask for better weather here on a beautiful Saturday evening at Red Shores. It's about 15, 16 degrees outside. The sun is shining. Track looks really fast here tonight, so it should be a great night for racing. Hi, everyone. It's Kurt Hughes here at the HBI broadcast desk. We have 11 dashes on tap for you tonight. Our feature comes up in the 10th, a field of 5. Blood Money looking for his third straight. He's won 2 in a row, 53 and 1 in his last outing. 27 and change on the end of it. He is the outside of the gate in that one with Barrio in the seat, so he's looking to make it 3 in a row. He's going to be tough to beat, but there are 4 challengers, and they got a lot of talent from the outside in. Twinbee tough enough from post 4. Nothing but finesse from post 3. One Wicked Man making his first start in his 4-year-old campaign. Had a pretty nice qualifier there in 57. He is, again, post 2, and Brigus has the pole position, so it should be a dandy race. Again, it comes up in race 10. But before we get to the action, we got to get to the program and equipment changes. And for those, we'll go upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Thank you, Kurt, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for tonight's racing program, event number 4 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 14 degrees Celsius the temperature at this time in Charlottetown. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Maritime Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge is Mr. Derek Quinn. The associate judges are Mr. Ronnie Hennessy and Mr. Dylan Allain. Now, here are tonight's program and equipment changes. First change in the card, you'll go to race number 6. In the 6th race tonight, number 5, Better Zone, removing the straight over check, adding a crab with a spoon bit. Next change, go to race number 9. In the 9th race, we have chart lines not showing a number 2, Roll Your Coin. 7th of May, Charlottetown. Good track with a 1-second variance going from post 4 and finished 7th. Was race timed in 2 minutes 3/5, driven by Miles Heffernan Sr. Number 6, Captain Highliner, on that same program here at Charlottetown. Good track, 1-second variant, going from post 3, was a winner by 8 3/4 lengths in 1:57, driven by David Dowling. That will complete the changes on tonight's racing program. First race post time, it's set for 6 o'clock in 27 minutes.
Race Day Live continues from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abogwed, Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you are able for the playing of our national anthem. Now, back to Race Day Live.
Good evening and welcome back to Race Day Live. I'm your host, Kurt Hughes, here at the HBI broadcast desk. Vance Cameron will be calling all of the action. He's in the booth. And we got fast track condition here tonight. If you're just joining us, it's about 14 degrees here in Charlottetown. Sunny skies. Going to be a perfect night for it. And so we're about 15 minutes away from post time. So it's a good time to take a look at our aisle pick 5, which kicks off in the opener. It's a low 15% takeout with a $2,000 guaranteed pool. And there's a look at our aisle pick 5 tickets in race 1. There's a little correction on my picks. I'm going with the 2 in the opener. I'm going to go with Hands Off, Nose In, and Mark Campbell. Mark's going up against his son Landon. Landon Campbell making his debut in the driver's seat tonight. He is the rail with Macho Phil out of his stable, and Ralph Sweet sends out the 2, Hands Off, Nose In for Mark Campbell. I'm going to take a shot at him. He's hit the board in his first 2 tries of the season. Last time out, 57-1, so it was a real good effort on that day. So I'm going to go with the 2 there in the opener. Post time picks, that's Peter McPhee. Going to go with the 3. Brookdale Jim in here. Paul Langell and Classifier's Choice going with the 2 in this opening leg of the aisle pick 5. Over in race 2, I'm going to go with the 4, Mick Lovin, the 3-year-old gelding by McWicked. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. Tried his luck at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Didn't have any luck. Hit a 1 line there, 58-3, 27-3 closing quarter, but he was a distant 10th on that day. And so I'm going back to the lines from last year. He was a pretty nice 2-year-old, shows a nice second in 57 and a win in 57-4. So I like him to get it done back here on the island. And post-time picks also going with the 4, McLovin, along with the Classifier's Choice in race 2. Over in race 3, going to go with the 2, All About the Cash, 5-year-old, and against some nice horses here tonight. But I think on the drop in class, I think he is the one to beat. He shows racing all the way up to the 2251s last year, and so his first start out was at the non-winners 1001 last 5. It was a pretty good effort. He was on the front end, ended up 3rd, race time 58. Might have been a little short off the qualifiers, so his second start back, I think he'll be a little tighter and will be tough to beat for Brady Sweet. I'm going to go with the 2 along with post-time picks. Peter McPhee going with the 2 as well in here. Going to be tough to beat the 5-year-old by all bets off, looking for win number 13 of his career. Over in race 4, going to go with the 5, Woodmere Mahomes. That was a spectacular qualifier there on May 5th, winning in 58. He sat in the 2-hole. Barrio trains and drives his 3-year-old son of Tobago Cays. Mile 58, closing quarter, 29-1. He made just shy of 13,000 last year, and 3 for 6 last year as well in his freshman campaign. So I like him, owned by Dan Ross at a post 5. Woodmere Mahomes, looks like it's unanimous there in the 4th leg. And then over in race 5, going to close it out with the horse on the rail, Louis the Great. Paul Langell will drive for trainer Les Waite. Coming in off strong 3rd there, 55-3, 27-1 closing quarter. And so I like the 1 there in race 5 along with post-time picks and the Classifier's Choices. We are in agreement for a lot of these races here tonight. So if you're playing along with the aisle pick 5, good luck. You got about 11 minutes to get in on that action. Okay, 7 away from post time here for race number 1. Again, the Isle Pick 5 kicks off here in the opener. We also have the daily double. We also have exactor, tractor, superfecta wagering. I'm going with a 2-1-4 here in the opener. Post time picks, Peter McPhee looks at 2-3-1 and a 2-1-3 for the classifier's choice here in the opener.
Tonight's first race enters the track on post for 8. Macho Phil, number 1, Obiali Campbell of Orwell. Landon Campbell does the training. Landon Campbell makes his par-mutual driving debut. Hands off, nose in, 2 is owned and trained by Ralph Sweet of O'Leary. Mark Campbell drives. 3, Brookdale Jim, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Paul Langell. Hockey's Day 04, owned by Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton, Jacob Sweet trains and drives. 5 is George's Credit, Brett Clough driving for owner-trainer Philip Kelly, North Wiltshire. Millennium Sealster, number 6, owned by Emma Christoforou of Moffat, Ontario, trained and driven by Nichols. Friar Voltaire, number 7, owned by Eric and Luke Much, Douglas Molyneux, and Basil Hunter. Basil does the training, and the drive goes to Brady Sweet. 5 minutes wagering time in the first race, no changes. Welcome to Race Day and our 11-dash program from Charlottetown. Kurt Hughes is coming up next with how you can get in on the Isle Pick 5.
That's right, fans. Isle Pick 5 kicks off here in the opener and pick the winner of the first 5 races. And you are a winner here tonight. Low 15% takeout on that wager. It's a guaranteed pool of $2,000. So good luck if you're playing along in the Isle Pick 5. Okay, pretty cool thing going to happen here in the opener. We got father, son going head-to-head, and they both got the inside track here. Landon Campbell on the rail with Macho Phil, and my top play, hands off, nose in, with his dad, Mark Campbell. Old line versus young line here in the opener. But I like hands off, nose in to get it done. 5-year-old gelding by McWicked. 2 for 2 in the top 3 to start off his 2026 campaign. And if you look at his lines, pretty impressive. 3rd just beat in his first start off the bench, 59 flat. And then last time out from post 7, he rallied to finish 3rd. Race timed in 57-1. Get some post relief into post 2 here. And similar level as the last 2 weeks. So I think the post relief is key for him here tonight. He doesn't have a ton of gate speed, but from this inside post, I think he will get away much closer to the action tonight. So I like hands off, nose in. He's a good closer. He kicked home in 29 last week, so I think he'll be even better this week. Looks pretty good on the track right now as well. 1-9 currently on the board. And there's young Landon Campbell making his parimutuel debut here aboard Macho Phil. And this guy, he never won a race last year. He was 0 for 19, so no pressure on the young fella to get to the winner's circle in his debut. But if he does, it'd be a really fantastic steer from the rail. He shows a nice qualifier there, 4th in 2 minutes, 2/5, 27 and 4 closing quarter. This guy shows some really good trips up to 13:01 level last year. Trips in 57, 56 and change. But as I mentioned, he was 0 for 19 on the campaign last year. 9 for 19, though, in the top 3. So we'll see how he gets along from the rail. But I do like him in the exactor. Macho Phil, Landon Campbell, 7-1. Threw in a long shot here. I thought this guy may have a shot to crack the top 3. He was 8-1 on the morning line. He's even longer right now, 18-1 currently on the board. That's Hawkish Deo, a 5-year-old horse by McWicked. Jacob Sweet is the trainer and driver. 0 for 2 so far this year. That was at the winners of 3, not more than 5 races life, though, and that class can be ultra tough. And he had to do it from the outside, too. Post 7 in his first start back, and then post 6 last week. Pretty good race time, though, 59-2. But I like the closer, 28-3. He was sitting 6th at the half, soft half, 59-1. They ended up going at 57-2. So he wasn't going to gain any ground. He actually lost a couple lengths. But pretty good effort, though, with that 28 change closer. So I'm going to throw them in there for 3rd at 16-1 currently. Metro Home Building Center starting gate. The wings are open. The field is on gate. And the countdown clock is ticking away here in the opener. So let's send it up to Vance Cameron for the call.
And Kurt Landon Campbell's got his own cheering section here as he makes his debut at the driving park on this night. And they're lining up in the opener. Macho Phil, hands off, nose in. Brookdale Jim, Hockey's Dale. George's Credit, Millennium Sealster, and Fire Voltaire. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Race time. Up and pacing. Brookdale Jim is leaving out. Hands off, nose in, and up the rail. Stacking them up. Macho Phil around the turn. To get away now, 4th, Hockey's Dale. In 5th, that's George's Credit. Fire Voltaire on the inside. And Millennium Sealster outside. Up the backstretch they go. Battle on, and the father-son duo here to open it up. And hands off, nose in for Mark Campbell will clear the lead. Now in 2nd, that's Macho Phil. Racing from 3rd, that's Brookdale Jim. 4th on the cones is Hockey's Dale. Racing from 5th is George's Credit. Millennium Sealster 6th. Friar Voltaire is 7:29 seconds flat, opened it up, and hands up, nose in, made the lead. They're on by 3/8. Two-hole ride belongs to Macho Phil. Racing third coming out of the turn. That's Brookdale Jim. Fourth along the inside is Hockey's Dale. George's Credits in fifth, followed by Millennium Sealster, and the trailer, Friar Voltaire, halfway home in tonight's opener. Hands up, nose in, the midway point leader in 59 and 3. Tracking second is Macho Phil. Around the turn third, that's Brookdale Jim. Fourth is Hockey's Dale. Up fifth on the outside, Millennium Sealster's underway. George's Credit is sixth. On the outside, seventh, Friar Voltaire. Halfway up the backstretch, second and final time. 3/4 comes next, getting them there, hands off, nose in. Brookdale Jim now is at his wheel. Third at the rail is Macho Phil, the 3/4 in 1:30 and 3. They round the top turn for the final time, just an eighth of a mile out. And hands off, nose in, will turn home. Macho Phil races second. Third is Brookdale Jim. They're in deep stretch now on the wire. And here is Landon Campbell. Wow, what a memorable moment in drive number one. Landon Campbell wins with Macho Phil. 1:59 flat. Wow.
Well, young Landon Campbell, I watched him qualify. He sits in the bike just like the old man, and he's getting off to just a great start here. Great little driver so far. And look at this debut drive here. Nice pocket journey for Macho Phil. And he did what his dad couldn't do in 19 tries last year. He got a win for Macho Phil, and he gets it done here in his first start back. And this guy's sitting pretty in the bike. Look at this, father-son. This is going to be a incredible photo. I hope they got Mark in the background here when Landon gets to the line first, because this is going to be an incredible photo that they're going to hang up on the wall at home as the young guy gets up and beats his dad at the wire. Macho Phil gets it done in 1:59 flat in his first pari-mutuel drive here in the opener, and we'll see him back in that Crown Rust Protection winner's circle next.
Well, this young man, Landon Campbell, makes his first pari-mutuel drive a winning one, and he knocked off the winningest driver in Charlottetown driving park history, who happens to be his father, Mark. It was quite a picture on the line here to open it up on this Saturday night, a night that Team Campbell is never going to forget. Here's Macho Phil, and he puts them in that winner's circle. Bay pacing Stallion 7 by Shanghai Phil off the Ponderosa Dam Hazel. Owned by Ali Campbell of Orwell, bred by Hudson Standard Bred of Quebec. Landon Campbell training and driving in his pari-mutuel driving debut. He's in the winner's circle. The mile 159 flat. Macho Phil for Landon Campbell. Ladies and gentlemen, now drawing your attention to the winner's circle. We have a special trackside presentation. Mickey Shan won the 2025 Gold Cup in Saucer on Saturday, August 16th. The Superstar Pacer was trained by Chris McKay, owned by Cap Sing Racing Stable of Yorkton Heights, New York, Stephen Klonowski of North York, Ontario, Earl Hill Jr. of Oswego, Ontario, and Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, PEI. Corey McPherson guided Mickey Shan to victory in the Gold Cup in Saucer. All winning Cup drivers receive an official Gold Cup ring from Red Shores and Norton's Jewelers. Making the ring presentation to Corey McPherson is Red Shores Manager of Racing, Marketing, and Sales, Lee Drake. Congratulations, Gold Cup and Saucer winning driver, Corey McPherson. Now the official results from the first race. Macho Phil, the race winner. Hands off, nose in was second. Brookdale Jim, fourth. Hockey's Dale finished third. George's Credit was fifth. Millennium Sealster finished sixth. Friar Voltaire was seventh. Fractions of 29. 59 and 3. 130 and 3. And the mile in 159. In review, 1, 2, 4, 3, 5, 6, 7. Macho Phil paid $12.30. The Exactor $10.40. Triactor was $28.90. And the Superfecta $7.28. On the second race post parade, number 1, My Dreams Catcher, is owned by Stefan Boudreau from Fremont, Quebec, trained by Ron Matheson. Joe Barrio drives. The Sun and Moon, number 2, is owned, trained, and driven by Joey Pino of Rustico. Tobin's April Fool, number 3, owned and trained by Jeff Lawless of Elmsdale. Brady Sweet drives. McLovin 4, owned by James Perot of Stratford. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. Den of Thieves, number 5, owned by Krista Murphy, Herman McQuaid, and Brittany Watts. Adam Murner training and driving. Dirt Track Eddie 6, owned by Five Guys, Horses, and Lies of Stratford, trained by Jamie Smith, driven by Corey McPherson. 4 minutes wagering time on tonight's second race. The 2026 Atlantic Regional Driving Championship takes place on Tuesday, June 23rd at Red Shores, Summerside, with the first race post time at 6 p.m.
All right, three-way from race 2, Exactor, Superfecta, Tractor, Wagering, Win Place Show. We also have the Wild Horses tag, and the jackpot is $25. I'm going with the 4 in here, McLovin. Not a great outing there at Mohawk, where he finished a distant 10th, but I'm looking at his lines from last year. He had a pretty nice little freshman campaign there with 6 of 7 in the top 3, a little over 14,000 made, and he had a real nice mark to close down the season in 57-4, and a nice second in a PI Colt State Gold division as well. The start before in 157 flat. So back here on the island, maybe he's a half-mile expert, because he went faster here on the half than he did at the big track at Mohawk, and so hopefully he's back to himself here for owner James Perot at a post 4 at 4-5 for Kenny Arsenault. There's a sharp-looking son of Militia's nice black colt. He's now 3, and his name is Den of Thieves at a post 5. Krista Murphy, Herman McQuaid, and Brittany Watts share ownership on this guy. Adam Murner, the trainer and driver. Pretty nice season last year. 10,000, a little over 10,000 made. 2 wins from 6 starts. Had that qualifier in 2 minutes 3/5. Nice closer, 28-3. I expect him to be better here tonight, and so he shows a nice trip there in 57-2 from post 8 last year. He just kept on driving to the front. It was a dominant win, so hopefully he can return to that speed and maybe even a little more here this year. Den of Thieves, currently a nice price if you're looking for a value play here at 9-2. All right, and there's a look at the 6 Dirt Track Eddie for Corey McPherson. Just got his gold cup and saucer ring there in the winner's circle with Lee Drake, and now he's on the track here with a real good shot in the second race. 5 Guys, Horses, and Lies of Stratford is the owner. Jamie Smith trains, 3rd by a neck last time out, 58-4. And take a look at that closing quarter, 27-4. Not a ton of gate speed in this race, so it'll be interesting to see what happens when the wings fold with this group of 3-year-old colts. And so Dirt Track Eddie, maybe he will be forwardly placed in here, even though he does have that outside post He does have the talent to contend for win here at 6-5. Second race starters lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's post time. Let's go back upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
My Dreams Catcher, the Sun and Moon, Tobin's April Fool, McLovin, Den of Thieves, and Dirt Track Eddie. It's the second on the gate. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. The rough and pacing Tobin's April Fool, Den of Thieves, they're outside. Dirt Track Eddie, third to the turn. My Dreams Catcher along the rail fourth. Sun and Moon coming up fifth. And then the early trailer as they go to the eighth pole. That is McLovin. So up front, Den of Thieves and Murner, they took over the lead. Second is Tobin's April Fool. Now in third, that's Dirt Track Eddie. The Sun and Moon races from fourth. My Dreams Catcher has fifth. And the trailer six, that is McLovin. They're over to the opening quarter. Den of Thieves in control. Two-hole ride, Tobin's April Fool, and long shot there in the two-hole, racing third is Dirt Track Eddie. Fourth around the turn, the Sun and Moon. Racing from fifth is My Dreams Catcher. Trailing the field, that is McLovin. 30 and 3. Opened it up and down the stretch they come. Approaching the midway point, the leader, Den of Thieves, and he's halfway home. Tobin's April Fool second, Dirt Track Eddie third. The Sun and Moon goes fourth. My Dreams Catcher in fifth. And trailing the field six, that is McLovin. 1 minute 4 was the half. Midway around the paddock turn to go for time two. Led by Den of Thieves at 5-8. Second is Tobin's April Fool. Dirt Track Eddie continuing third. The Sun and Moon fourth. No one has found a right line in here. Then in fifth, it's My Dreams Catcher. Kenny Arsenal finds a right line at the back and sent McLovin to the outside. On by the three-quarters they go. And Den of Thieves turning it on the front end. Tobin's April Fool is second. The three-quarters in 1:31 flat. They're down to an eighth of a mile to go. Den of Thieves is the leader. Tobin's April Fool upside on the outside, coming to him now, and they're in deep. Stretch now, and here's Tobin's April Fool, gonna shock them on the line. McLovin was flying on the end of it. Up second, we'll need a show photo. It's Tobin's April Fool in 1:59 and 1.
What a finish here in race two. These 3-year-olds put on a good show, and what a stretch drive. Big effort from Tobin's April Fool. Didn't see that coming out of this guy here tonight, beating these horses. But what an effort. Half in a minute, 4/5, 3/4, 131 flat. Closing quarter, 28-1 of the race. This guy's was a little better than that. And the horse flying on the outside, his was even better than that, 27 and change for McLovin and Arsenault. They waited too long to make their move in the back half of the race. They were sitting at the back of the bus, and they made a late charge, but not enough, as Tobin's April Fool and Brady Sweet hang on for the victory, and we'll see them back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next. Take a look at that win ticket, 27-1 stunner here in the second.
As my colleague Mr. Hughes just mentioned, Tobin's April Fool is going to light up the tote board here in the second race, and he's into the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle. Tobin's April Fool, pacing Brown Gelding 3 by Shanghai Phil from the Rock and Roll Hanover Rock Solid Virtue. Owned and trained by Jeff Wallace of Elmsdale, bred by Wendell Williams. Brady Sweet will guide him to victory and a new pacing record. Time for the mile in 1:59 and a 1/5. Tobin's April Fool in a Charlottetown shocker.
This race replay is brought to you by Racetrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Racetrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Racetrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Here's the official results now from the second race. My Dream's Catcher was 6th. The Sun and Moon, 4th. Tobin's April Fool, the race winner. McLovin finished 2nd. Den of Thieves was 3rd. Dirt Track Eddie, 5th. Fractions 30 and 3, 1 minute 4. 131, and the mile in 159 and 1. In review, it's 641 235. Tobin's April Fool paid $57 to win. The exactor $342.70. The triactor $444.40. The superfecta was $209.65. And the early daily double honored the ticket of 1-4 at $27.10.
The greatest show in harness racing, the Gold Cup and Saucer, presented by Atlantic Lottery and featuring a purse of $100,000, is scheduled for Saturday, August 22nd at Red Shores, Charlottetown. The Gold Cup trials will take place on Saturday, August 15th, with a 5 o'clock p.m. post time. For more details on Gold Cup and Saucer 67, please visit Redshores.ca.
Third race on post parade. Number 1 is Dr. Bombay, owned by Anthony Stuyvesant of DeBurn and Ken Hardy of Bedford, Nova Scotia, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell driving. 2 All About the Cash. The owners are Jeff Holmes, Trevor and David McDonald, and Leonard Doyle. Trained by Jeff Holmes. Brady Sweet drives. 3 is Sunseeker, owned by Kayla Gallant of Charlottetown, trained by Ron Matheson, Gilberto. Solid Silver 4, owned and trained by Stacy Darrow from Stratford, Adam Murner. 5 is T.H. Spiky Mikey, owned by Peter Smith, Gerald Morrissey, and Ian Smith. Corey McPherson trains and drives. 6 is Leavin' Bruises, owned by Basil Hunter and Douglas Molyneux of Stratford. Basil does the training, driven by Kenny Murphy. 4 minutes wagering time on the third race. Join us for the Atlantic Classic Sale on Friday, October 9th at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds. The deadline for entries is May 29th at 5 p.m.
Four away from race 3. We'll see if Brady can go back-to-back here. Nice win. He blew up the tote board with Tobin's April Fool in the second. He got a shot here with one much shorter price. All About the Cash should be close to the winner's circle here tonight. Coming in off a third place finish in 58 where he had post 2 and he got to the front and he got the fractions he wanted, really. He just kind of came up short on that day. So we'll chalk that up to maybe being a little rusty off the qualifier, and so making a second start back, I think he'll be a little sharper this week. Same post, so I think it could be go time right to the front again, and I think this time he can perhaps bottom out the field. He's getting a little class relief as well. So this one out of the Jeff Holmes stable. Jeff shares ownership with Trevor and David McDonald and Leonard Doyle, and so they got a real good shot in here with Sweet in the seat, 5-2. Dr. Bombay doing good things since relocating to Charlottetown here, coming in off back-to-back wins, 202 and 2 his first start, and then his second start here in Charlottetown from post 5. Got to the lead, ended up in the 2-hole winner by a neck. Nice race time, 58 and 4, closing quarter, 28 flat. Mark Campbell drives for his son Landon here, and the owners are Anthony Stymist and Ken Hardy, and this is a 4-year-old gelding by Always Be Mickey, looking for win number 4 and win number 3, looking for his third straight here in Charlottetown, 3-1. Peter Smith, Gerald Morrissey, and Ian Smith share ownership on the 5 TH Spiky Mikey, and this one is a 3-year-old by Shadow Play. Had a nice qualifier there in 2 minutes 3/5, and a nice first start back at the winners of 3, not more than 5 races live. Good third place finish. Race time to 58 and 1, 28 and 1 closing quarter. He's got a real good shot to get the job done as well. He looks sharp at the track going there with that low head. Real sharp looker on the track for Corey McPherson as he trains and drives this one, looking for win number 4 of his young career. TH Spiky Mikey currently a good price at 9-2. And right now on the History of EPR YouTube page, there is a great podcast hosted by Scott Bernard featuring guests Peter Ryan, Russell Henderson, and well-known harness racing historian Jerry McCabe, and they're discussing the rare footage of the 1974 Gold Cup and Saucer. They cover everything leading up to the race, including footage of the drivers in the barn area, horses in the infield alongside the Gold Cup ambassadors, and the full post-parade race and winner's circle celebration, all presented in color. And so also on the page is Old Home Week 1974, showcasing an hour and a half of footage from the entire week's festivities. Metro Home Building Center starting gate is in motion here for race 3. Field is starting to line up in behind the gate. They are on the turn. So let's send it up to track announcer Vance Cameron for the call.
Dr. Bombay, all about the cash, Sunseeker. Solid silver TH Spiky Mikey, leaving bruises, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, all about the cash is leaving out from the outside. Solid Silver at the rail. That's Dr. Bombay. Third around the turn, coming up for TH Spiky Mikey. Then fifth is Sunseeker, and leaving Bruises six. Up the backstretch of the quarter they go, led by All About the Cash and Brady Sweet. Second, that is Solid Silver. Away in third, Dr. Bombay. TH Spiky Mikey found his way to the inside. Fourth, then in fifth, it's Sunseeker, leaving Bruises six. By the first quarter mile they go, and they're led by All About the Cash. He opened it up in 29 seconds flat. Solid Silver there around the turn at long odds is second. Back into third is Dr. Bombay. TH Spiky Mikey goes fourth. Then in fifth, Sunseeker, and leaving Bruises continuing to trail. They're at the half mile, led by All About the Cash. Right with them in the two-hole. That is Solid Silver. Dr. Bombay is gapped out third. TH Spiky Mikey fourth. Sunseeker fifth. Leaving Bruises sixth. A half mile, 58 seconds flat by the 5/8 consecutive quarters in 29. They're on their way to three quarters next. All About the Cash rolls along. Solid Silver, a textbook two-hole ride. TH Spiky Mikey picks up third on the outside. Dr. Bombay on the rail fourth, leaving Bruises now fifth. The trailer, that is Sunseeker, three quarters in 1:27.4. They're rounding the top turn for the final time now with an eighth of a mile to go. All About the Cash turning home. Solid Silver is second. TH Spiky Mikey on the outside third. Way wide, leaving Bruises coming late. But it's All About the Cash to double up Brady Sweet. Solid Silver held second. Leaving Bruises rallied third. And the time for the mile in 1:56.3.
Little class relief, a little tighter this week. He looked good. All About the Cash and Brady Sweet setting up shop on the front just like they did last week. A nice quarter, though. 29, not too serious, not too taxing on him early. You know, kept rolling half 58, three quarters, 127 and 4. A real good trip tonight, 156 and 3 for All About the Cash as he picks up his 13th career victory, and Brady Sweet goes back-to-back here with one out of the Jeff Holmes stable, and we'll see him back in that Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
Here comes All About the Cash into the third race Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle. Bay facing gelding 5 by All Bets Off from the Yankee Cruiser Dam. It's All About the Base. Owned by Jeff Holmes, Trevor and David McDonald, and Leonard Doyle, who's also the breeders. Trained by Jeff Holmes, Brady Sweet is back-to-back winners for the double, the mile in a 1:56.3. All About the Cash and the Brady Sweet double in the third.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now the official results from the third race. Dr. Bombay, fourth. All About the Cash, the race winner. Sunseeker was sixth. Solid Silver finished second. T.H. Spiky Mikey was fifth. Leavin' Bruises third, fractions of 29, 58, 127 and 4, and the Mild in 150, 6 and 3. In review, 416, 253. All About the Cash paid $370. The Exactor $54.50. The Triactor $612.10, and the Superfactor was $46.52.
We want to pass along a friendly reminder for horse people and racing fans to please be advised the Confederation Bridge resurfacing project. It's taking place right now. It's going from May 1st until June 30th. And the traveling public is asked to plan ahead and allow for additional travel time of 30 to 60 minutes in normal conditions to account for construction-related delays.
Pacers and their drivers for the fourth race are on the track for the post parade. Perfection Hanover 1 owned by Tommy Collings of Mount Stewart. Adam Murner trains and drives. Woodmere Styles 2 owned by Red Oak Stables of Charlottetown. Trained by Jamie Smith. Kenny Murphy up. Timel Miami 3 owned by Ian Smith. Randall Cooper and Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean, Mark Campbell. Bedham Special K4 is owned by Jeff Lilly, Danny Purcell, Blair McLaughlin, and Douglas Lowthers. Jacob Sweet trains and drives. Woodmere Mahomes 5 is owned by Daniel Ross of Vernon Bridge. Gilles Barrio trains and drives. Brookdale Leighton wears number 6, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Trained by Phil Sizer, driven by Paul Langell. 5 minutes wagering time here in the fourth race. 5 minutes to post time. The Red Shores Super High 5 with the low 15% takeout comes up in race numbers 5 and 11 tonight.
All right, just 2 away from race 4. It's 5-year-olds younger, winners of one, not more than 2 races of life. I'm going with real good-looking son of Tobago Cays. That's Woodmere Mahomes out of the Gilles Barrio stable. He trains and drives for owner Dan Ross of Vernon Bridge. And this one, winner in the qualifier, had a good 2-hole ride. Nice trip, 58 flat, 29-1 final panel. Banked almost 13,000 last year as a freshman colt and looked pretty good in a few of those starts. Paced him 57 there, had a nice win in a maiden, and then another nice trip in an A stake, made that break, but a real good effort there. Closed it out 28-1, made a little skip at the top of the stretch, but a good fourth by 2.5. And so first start back off that qualifier, I think could be tough to beat at 2-5. Perfection Hanover with the rail here. 3-year-old by Tall Dark Stranger out of the Adam Murner stable. Second by a neck in this class last time out. Got to the front as they were coming to the half and just got collared by Dr. Bombay. 58-4 race time, 28-2 final panel. Should be up close to the front here tonight. I would say maybe cutting it, but we'll see what Murner decides to do. Either take a 2-hole ride, maybe following the 3, maybe Time All Miami. This one has a lot of gate speed. We'll see what Campbell decides to do with that horse. But Perfection Hanover, real good play here if you're playing the exactor. Currently 5-1. There's Brookdale Layton. Almost got the job done in his first start back off the qualifier. Just second by a half length. He was closing well, though. He raced really good. 2:02 and 2 was his race time. And then last time out, he had post 6. Got away 6 by 10, half 59 and 4, back half 59. And he still gained 7 lengths on the field. Take a look at the closing quarter. 28 flat. 59 and 2 was the race time. So if they go good speed early in this one, Brookdale Layton could pick up the pieces late. Good look or two out on the track. Currently a nice price if you like playing the long shot. 9-1 currently. Nice to see the 3-year-olds back in action. We got some 3-year-olds in against some 4-year-olds here. Kind of a mixed bag as they line up in behind the Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate, it's post time for the 4th. Back up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Perfection Hanover, Woodmere Styles, Timel Miami, Bedham Special K, Woodmere Mahomes, and Brookdale Layton. Top of the stretch. Fourth race, ready for a start. Rough and pacing, Woodmere Mahomes and Woodmere Styles are leaving out. Perfection Hanover on the rail, third one to the turn. To get away fourth, Bedham Special K, Timel Miami fifth on the outside. That is Brookdale Layton. So the quarter pole bound. In at the rail, Woodmere Styles is the leader. Here's Woodmere Mahomes up now to challenge and take over top spot. Woodmere Mahomes clear for Barrio. Woodmere Styles is second. Racing from third, Perfection Hanover. Fourth is Bedham Special K. Then in fifth is Brookdale Layton. And trailing the field, Timel Miami, 29 seconds flat was the opening quarter. Woodmere Mahomes fronting the field on by the 3/8 pole, racing second. That's Woodmere Styles out of the turn third. Perfection Hanover in fourth, Bedham Special K. Timel Miami's on the outside, moving up fifth. And now the trailer, Brookdale Layton. They're halfway home in the fourth, led by Woodmere Mahomes. Second is the long shot, Woodmere Styles. Up and moving third on the outside is Timel Miami, 59 and 1.5. Racing from fourth, Perfection Hanover. On the outside, Brookdale Layton takes over fifth. And now the trailer, Bedham Special K. They're on the back stretch for time two as they go to three quarters. And they're chasing Woodmere Mahomes. In at the rail, Woodmere Styles second. On the outside, Timel Miami has third. Fourth at the rail and nowhere to go, Perfection Hanover. Brookdale Layton on the outside, fifth. Trailing the field, Bedham Special K. 1:28 and 3, the three quarters. Just an eighth of a mile left to go. Woodmere Mahomes, and he's homeward bound. Woodmere Styles is second. Perfection Hanover third. Brookdale Layton way wide, coming late fourth. On the line, it's Woodmere Mahomes for Gilles Barrio. Second is Woodmere Styles. Brookdale Layton rallied up to be third. And the time for this mile in 1:57 flat.
We got a Woodmere exactor here. Woodmere, Mahomes, and Barrio getting to the front. Woodmere, Stiles, and Murphy in the 2-hole, and that's the way they're going to finish. 5-2 in the exactor. The 6 rallied up really good here. Brookdale Leighton, another good closing finish for that one at a post 6. But Woodmere, Mahomes not wanting to get into any traffic trouble here in his first start back. Barrio put the pedal to the metal early, getting to the front. 29 half, 59 and 1. 3/4, 128 and 3. Nice closer of 28 and 2 as he gets the job done here in 157, right to his mark. Woodmere, Mahomes, and Barrio get it done here in the 4th, and they'll be back in that Crown Rust Protection winner circle in just a moment.
Woodmere, Mahomes arriving at the Crown Rust Protection Winners Circle from the 4th race. Bay Pacing gelding 3 by Tobago K's off the Yankee Cruiser Dam. Spiffy Miss, owned by Daniel Ross of Vernon Bridge, bred by Woodmere Farms of Marshfield. Gilberto trains and drives right to his record. 157, Woodmere, Mahomes in the 4th.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now the official results from the 4th race: Perfection Hanover 4th, Woodmere Style 2nd, Time O Miami was 6th, Bedham Special K 5th. Woodmere Mahomes, the race winner. Brookdale Leighton finished 3rd. The fractions were 29, 59 and 1, 128 and 3, and the mile in 157. In review, 426, 513. Woodmere Mahomes paid $250. The exactor 43.20, triactor 116.80, and the superfecta was 17.97.
Red Shores is proud to present HBI PEI players an exciting offer for 2026. When you wager on Woodbine Standardbred and Thoroughbred, customers can earn valuable HBI bet points and sign up for free at hbibet.com to take advantage of member offers and privileges today. Play the horses with HBI Bet and Red Shores.
Fifth race featuring the Super High Five. They're on the track for the post parade. Number 1, Louis the Great, owned by Leithwaite of Summerside, Leslie Wade of Charlottetown. Leslie does the training. Paul Langell catch drives. Paul's Crown, number 2, is owned by Tara Harper and Ryan Wilkie of Stratford, trained by Stanley Harper, Mark Campbell. Dr. Grenfell 3, owned by Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland, trained by Nick Oakes, Gilles Barrio. Katie's Bet 4, owned by Carl Wilkie of Sherwood and Shelley Wilkie of Stratford, trained by Carl Wilkie, driven by Jason Hughes. 5, Bet 'em Alive, owned by Jeff Lilly and Blair McLaughlin of Charlottetown. Jeff does the training, driven by Jacob Sweet. 6 is Evil Vintage, owned by Sandra Stead of Montague, trained and driven by Corey McPherson. Max Patrick, number 7, Brady Sweet, driving for owner-trainer Alan Gregory, Charlottetown. 4 minutes wagering time here in the 5th race, and Kurt, you and I are coming up with our selections in the first Super High Five on this Saturday night, and we thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. Well, I'm on to a long shot here to open up my Super High Five, Mr. Hughes. I went to the 2, Paul's Crown, looking for one of those Mark Campbell handy steers, and you're going to get a price on them right now at 15 to 1. I went to the 5, Bet 'em Alive, but it's the first time around to free-leg it. I know I got to watch him for one start, but he certainly can go enough. And Jeff looked like he had him ready to rock in that qualifier, a winner in 56 and change. I like the 1, Louis the Great, for 3rd. For 4th, I'm on to Dr. Grenfell, and I'll close it out with Katie's Bet. I like 2, 5, 1, 3, 4 from the booth. Kurt, your choices.
Yeah, I got the same 5, shuffled up a little differently though, Vance. I went with the horse on the rail, Louis the Great, coming in off that strong 3rd place finish in 55 and 3 with a closer at 27 and 1. So I'm going to put him on top. I do like the 5, Bet 'em Alive. As you mentioned, taking the hobbles off there in that qualifier looked really good, 56 and 2. He does have that great gate speed, so he'll be forwardly placed in here and going free-legged for this one. I like him for the deuce. I like the 4, Katie's Bet and Hughes. Hughes gets along really well with this horse. He's a good closer, and I think he can be part of this ticket. I like the 3, Dr. Grenfell as well, coming in off a strong 2nd by a nose. And his latest, I'm going to close it out with your top choice, Vance. Paul's Crown. Qualified in 57. Mark Campbell in the seat here for this one. So I'm going to put them in for 5th. I'm at 1, 5, 4, 3, 2. You've heard Vance's selections. Good luck with yours if you're playing along with the Super High Five here in the 5th. Okay, we're getting close to post time here in race 5, super high 5 time here in Charlottetown. Again, I'm going with a 15432 for my super high 5. Even money on my top play, Louis the Great. 6-1 on my second choice. Bet him alive. I think he could be really good here tonight. The 4, nice price, all at 7-1. And if you're looking for another long shot at 7-1, the 3 right next door, Dr. Grenfell coming in off that strong second by a nose. Barrio in the seat, coming in off a win in the last race. He could be heard from there with that inside draw. And the 2, Paul's Crown, nice price at 5-1. A very good betting board here in race 5. Pretty evenly matched group here. Tote board telling the tale. They do like the 1 6-5 as the starters for the 5th. Line up here behind the Metro Home Building Center. Starting gate, let's go upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
Louis the Great, Paul's Crown, Dr. Grenfell, Katie's Bet, Bet 'em Alive, Evil Vintage, and Max Patrick's outside, and they're at the top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Bet 'em Alive is firing out on the rail. That's Louis the Great. Paul's Crown will be third to the turn. Away fourth, Dr. Grenfell. Katie's Bet fifth. Evil Vintage 6. Max Patrick 7. So the free-legged pacer clears the lead. That's Bet 'em Alive for Jacob Sweet. Racing from second is Louis the Great. Away third is Paul's Crown. Then in fourth, that's Dr. Grenfell. Gapped out fifth is Katie's Bet. Sixth is Evil Vintage. Trailing the field, Max Patrick. They look like they're rolling along in here. Led by Bet 'em Alive. 29 seconds. Flatwoods the quarter. In the 2-hole, that's Louis the Great. Paul's Crown on the turn third. Dr. Grenfell are racing fourth. Closing in from fifth, that is Katie's Bet. Racing 6, Evil Vintage. Then the trailer 7th, Max Patrick. They're halfway home next. Bet 'em Alive gets them there. Second is Louis the Great. Continuing third, that's Paul's Crown. Dr. Grenfell fourth. Racing fifth is Katie's Bet. Then it's Evil Vintage 6. On the outside, 7, Max Patrick. 58 and 4 was the half. The unchallenged leader by the 5/8. Bet 'em Alive by 2. Second, that is Louis the Great. Then in third, Paul's Crown. Dr. Grenfell fourth. Katie's Bet fifth. 6 on the outside, Max Patrick. Trailing at the rail 7th. Evil Vintage, 3/4 in the books. And Bet 'em Alive got him there in 1:28 and 2. Racing from second, Louis the Great. Paul's Crown is tipped out third. Up the rail fourth. Dr. Grenfell, they're turning for home. Bet 'em Alive looking to close it out. Louis the Great on the outside. Coming late. Deep in the stretch. On the wire, Louis the Great for Paul Angel will win. Bet 'em Alive second. Dr. Grenfell finishes third. 1:55 for closing quarter, 27 and 2.
I was really liking my 15432 at the top of the stretch, but Katie's bet kind of flattened out down the stretch, and so the pocket sitter didn't flatten out though. Louis the Great popped the pocket at the top of the stretch and goes right on by Bet 'em Alive, who put up the fractions 29, half 58 and 4, 128 and 2, closer of 27 and 2. Louis the Great came home probably 27 and 1, just like he did last week. This time he gets the W for Langell. Louis the Great gets it done here in the fifth. A nice effort from Bet 'em Alive in his first start off the bench. Free-legged. He put up all the early fractions and was a really good second in here. The three, Dr. Grenfell is third. Fourth is Paul's Crown. And fifth is Katie's Bet. So that's how the Super High Five looks here in the fifth. Congratulations if you connected with Louis the Great in the fifth. Nice mile too, 155 and 4. And we're going to see Louis the Great and Langell back in that Crown Rust Protection winner circle in just a moment.
Louis the Great in the Crown Rust Protection winner's circle from the fifth race. Bay Pacing gelding 4, but Dancing Lou off the Shadow Play Dam. Tinkerbella, owned by Leithwaite of Summerside, Leslie Waite of Charlottetown, bred by Terra Hill Stud Limited. Trained by Leslie Waite. Paul Langell got a catch driving call right into the winner's circle. Time of the mile in 1:55 and 4. Louis the Great in the Super High Five.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Here's the official results in race 5. Louis the Great, the winner. Paul's Crown, 4th. Dr. Grenfell, 3rd. Katie's Bet, 5th. Bet 'em Alive was 2nd. Evil Vintage was 7th. Max Patrick finished 6th. 29. 58 and 4. 128 and 2. And the mile in 155 and 4. In review, it's 143, 52, 76. Louis the Great paid $360. The exactor $20, triactor $24.80, Super High Five at $55.51. Woodmere Bullet leads the sixth race on parade, home to the stable Woodmere Bullet of Brunswick, Ohio, trained by Jamie Smith, Corey McPherson driving. Big Bad Bruiser 2 is owned, trained, and driven by Neil Bambrick of Charlottetown. Mark It Up 3, owned by Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin, and Mark Gallant. Jacob Sweet trains and drives. Here's the 4, Silver Jake, home by Devin Wallace of Bloomfield. Devin drives, Mark Campbell. Get that Devin trains, Mark Campbell drives. Here is number 5, Better Zone, owned and trained by Claire Sweet of Valeri, driven by David Dowling. Winsong Quincy 6, owned by Thane and Jack Arsenault, Deborah Wilson and Edward Blaisdell, trained by Thane Arsenault, Jason Hughes. Maya number 7, Adam Werner, training and driving for owner Brittany Watts of Springvale. 5 minutes wagering time here in race number 6, 5 to post. Red Shores is now accepting applications for Gold Cup and Saucer Ambassadors. For more information, visit Career Beacon and search Gold Cup Ambassador.
All right, race 6 starters on track. No winners, 301 last 4. Mark It Up getting another crack at this class. He made that break from post 6 last time out. Got away 7 by 10. Kind of took himself out of the race, but he was able to battle back and get up for the deuce. 59-2 race time with a sharp closer of 29-4. So I'm looking for Mark It Up. If he stays flat behind the gate, he could be tough to beat in here for Jacob Sweet and owner Jeff Lilly and Blair McLaughlin and Mark Gallant. So I'm marking Mark It Up as my top choice here in race 6, 2-1. There's the 2, Big Bad Bruiser, Neil Bambrick. He does it all. He's the owner, trainer, and driver, coming in off a nice trip, 57-4 at the 701 level. I'm playing the class relief angle and good posts for this one. Big Bad Bruiser dropping down here to the 301s. He does have good gate speed down at this level. He can run away and hide on them if he is 100%. And so we'll see what Neil decides to do. If he puts the pedal to the metal and keeps gunning for the front, he could definitely get the job done. He is a mark of 56-4, taken last year in Summerside, and so we'll see how he does here in his 3rd start back, dropping down here to the bottom class. 7-2, good price. This guy's had a couple years off. He never raced last year, so he's making his first start. Last raced on October 1st, 2020, actually September 17th, 2024, where he was 7th, 58-3. He was scratched into that last start on October 4th, or October 1st, and so we'll see how he does here off the qualifier. He got to the front in that qualifier, 202-1, 29-1 closing quarter for Devin Wallace, he trains and owns this one from Bloomsfield PEI, and this is now 8-year-old by Cougar Hall. Mark Campbell getting the call here today, so I'm going to put him in there for third, and he's currently 7-5 on the board. Metro Home Building Center starting gate in motion here for race 6. Let's go back upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Woodmere Bullet, Big Bad Bruiser, mark it up. Silver Jake. Better Zone, Windsong, Quincy, and Maya on the outside. 6 rays on the gate. Top of the stretch. Fresh in from Cornwall, Brea, and Easton. They're got a seat in the best seat in the house. Here's the 6, post time. Up and pacing, and a host of levers in here. Big Bad Bruiser, mark it up. On the rail, Woodmere Bullet, way wide around the turn. Silver Jake comes forth. To get away in 5th is Windsong Quincy. Then it is Better Zone in the early trailer. That's Maya on the backstretch. And go to the corner, mark it up from the outside. A bet to take over the lead. In line to Jacob Sweet. Big Bad Bruiser gives way for the 2-hole ride. Away 3rd is Woodmere Bullet. Dropping back into 4th, that is Silver Jake. Racing from 5th is Windsong Quincy. Then it's Better Zone 6, and trailing the field, that is Maya. They opened it up in 30, and 1/5. They're at the 3/8 pole, and it's marking up the fraction center on Big Bad Bruiser. Capping out in third is Woodmere Bullet. Moving out from fourth as they race down the stretch, that is Silver Jake. Fifth is Winsong Quincy. Then it's Better Zone in sixth, and trailing seventh, that's Maya. At the midway point here in the sixth, the leader, mark it up for Jacob Sweet in 1 minute and 1/5. Big Bad Bruiser, that two-hole ride. Silver Jake, first up, has taken over third. Fourth on the cones is Woodmere Bullet. On the outside, Winsong Quincy's moving fifth. Better Zone is sixth. On the outside, Maya seventh. They're halfway up the back stretch for time two. Mark it up, leads at 3/4. Here's Big Bad Bruiser now, coming up to challenge the leader. Silver Jake back on the pylons third. Winsong Quincy's coming late now, fourth. 3/4 in 1:30. And a 1/5. They're down to an eighth of a mile to go. Clinging to the lead, mark it up. Big Bad Bruiser matching strides way wide. That's Winsong Quincy. Silver Jake up the passing lane. Set the camera up in here. They're on the wire next. Wow. What a finish in here. Four of them are in a win picture. The mile in 1:59.4.
What an incredible finish here. That's too tight to call with the 2, 3, 4 on the inside and the 6. Winsong, Quincy, and Hughes on the far outside. The four of them are going to hit the wire together, so we'll wait to see the results of the photo, but mark it up. Cut the fractions early for Jacob Sweet, half in a minute, 1/5, 3/4, 1:30 and 1, and then he's going to get swarmed on both sides. We got Silver Jake making his first start in 2 years for Campbell up the pass lane. Big Bad Bruiser on the outside, and further out than that, Winsong, Quincy, and Hughes. And they hit the line together in 1:59 and 4. And they do have a post-it now. The 6, Winsong Quincy, gets the job done. What a span of 2 days for the Blue Knight Hughes and trainer Thane Arsenault as they get another win here with the veteran by sports writer Winsong Quincy. We'll see him back in that Crown Rust Protection Winner Circle next. 14-1, another stunner here in the 6th.
In the win photo, it's 6, Winsong Quincy. This veteran pacer has been a little camera shy, but that all comes to an end on this Saturday night here at the Driving Park in Charlottetown as Winsong Quincy arrives at the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle. Bay pacing gelding, he's 9 by sports writer. Off the Jeremy's Jet Dam, Dana Dearest. Owned by Thane and Jack Arsenault, Deborah Wilson, and Edward Blaisdell. Bred by Chris Christopherou and Bill Loynes of Ontario. Trained by Thane Arsenault, and the Blue Knight Jason Hughes will guide him to victory in 1:59 and 4. Winsong Quincy in the 6th.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce its 2026 Standing Stallions, Champion Sire Malicious, and the Rising Star Stallion Somewhere Fancy. Somewhere Fancy has made a powerful impact with his first crop on the track. As the sire of the Atlantic champion 2-year-old filly Windermere Sky, he has already proven himself as a standout. This exceptional filly captured multiple track records, earned over $100,000 in stake earnings, and is a 2-year-old Philly O'Brien Award nominee, an incredible accomplishment for an up-and-coming sire in the Maritimes. From proven champions to the next generation of stars, Windermere Farms continues to set the standard. Breed to excellence in 2026 with Windermere Farms.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of Harness the Hope were joining in the winner's circle. Driver Jason used to draw a lucky winner for their Mother's Day gift package for one-night double occupancy at Meissen Nordic Spa and Resort. Harness the Hope would like to thank everyone who helped them raise over $50,000 last year for Islanders living with cancer and invites everyone to join them again for this year's fundraising event on Saturday, July 25th. I'll have that lucky winner in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Mother's Day gift package is Wendy McPherson. Congratulations. Now here are the official results in race number 6. Woodmere Bullet 5th. Big Bad Bruiser 2nd. Marky Adopt 4th. Silver Jake 3rd. Better Zone was 6th. Windsong Quincy, the race winner. Maya finished 7th. Fractions of 30 and 1. 1 minute 1. 130 and 1, and the mile in 159 and 4. In review, it's 524 3617. Winsong Quincy paid $30.60 to win. The exactor $280.90. The triactor at $822. Superfecta $36.97.
HPI PEI customers and players across the country who wager $25 or more per card on Saturdays in May at Red Shores Charlottetown will be entered into a draw for a chance to win $500. Customers must opt in to qualify, and for more information on these great offers and to sign up for free, go to hpibet.com.
Time to extend a happy birthday greeting to Bobby Craig, who's celebrating here tonight at the driving park. So from all of us here at Red Shores, Charlottetown, Bobby, happy birthday. Seventh race on Post Parade, Howmack Exclusive, number 1, owned by Leith and Leslie Wade and Jimmy Gorman, trained by Leslie Wade. Corey McPherson drives. Captain of Rock and Roll 2 is over Jennifer Doyle of Stratford, Max Webster Stable of Inverness, Nova Scotia. Jennifer does the training. Brady Sweet drives. Hunter's Hero number 3, owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell driving. Fast Louis 4, owned by Max Webster Stable, David Dowling, Jennifer Doyle, and Ryan McLaughlin. Trained by Jennifer Doyle and driven by David Dowling. High Praise is 5, owned by Ian McKinnon of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, trained by Jennifer Doyle, Kenny Murphy driving. 1-800, number 6, owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick, trained by Ron Matheson. Gilles Barrio drives. Down to 4 minutes wagering time on race number 7. Back down to Kurt Hughes at the HBI broadcast desk with the race day recap, presented by Metro Home Building Center.
That's right, Vance. Let's take a look at that race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. In tonight's opener, we had a father-son match in the first race. Macho Phil on the rail, hands off, nose in from post 2, and Mark Campbell and Landon Campbell. They went at it, hands off, nose in, cut the fractions 59 and 3, 130 and 3, time the mile 159. As you see, Landon Campbell get up for his first winning parimutuel drive, and he made it a winning one, and it looked good busting out of that pocket there to get the job done at 12:30 on the nose. The 1-2-4 try paid $28.90. Over in race 2, it was the 3 with a stunner here. Brady Sweet and Tobin's April Fool. They're going to shock them here at 27-1, getting up for the win over a hard charging 4 there. McLovin and Arsenault getting up there for the deuce. Den of Thieves was third, 3-4-5 to try. Take a look at it, $444.40. And Tobin's April Fool paid $57 on the nose. Over in race 3, we had another great pay. Triactor paid $612.10, and it was a 2-4-6 try. All about the cash, and Brady Sweet, he goes back to back right on the front end, 29, half 58, 127 and 4, time of the mile 156 and 3 for All About the Cash. And Sweet there in race 3. Over in race 4, it was Woodmere Mahomes on the front end for Barrio, and this guy gets it done in 157 off a half and 59 and 1. Good looking son of Tobago Cays. In for the deuce is Woodmere Styles, and Brookdale Layton rounds out that top 3. 5-2-6, the try paid $116.80. And race 5, it was super high 5 time. This one was gettable. I was kind of close. I had the winner, and I had the guy in the exactor there, Bet Him Alive, who put up the fractions 29, 58 and 4, 128 and 2. Louis the Great, though, and Langell going to get up in the final strides to get it. 155 and 4, closing quarter 27 and 1, 153, 2, 4, super high 5. It was a good one for the 20-cent ticket, 55.51. And then in race 6, it was another good pay in this one. It was Winsung Quincy and Jason Hughes getting up in the final strides. You're going to see the stretch drive here. There's going to be 4 of them across the track. Winsung Quincy and Hughes on the far outside. Big Bad Bruiser right beside him there. The 2, Neil Bamberg. The 3, Mark It Up, who cut the fractions. He's right there. And Silver Jake down the inside. And it is Winsung Quincy getting up for a long price here to win. 6-2-4 try. It paid $822. Another great pay here in our first 6 races. We had great pays all night long, and hopefully it continues here in this 7th race. That's a look at the race day recap, and it's presented by Metro Home Building Center. Okay, run out of time to get a ticket here on race 7. Good group here. No winners 22-51 the last 4. I like 1-800 in here. Coming in off a win 55-1, 27-2 closer. Gilles Barrio in the seat for trainer Ron Matheson, owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick. Fast Louie going to be heard from in this one as well, coming in off a good second in 55-2. He was a runner-up finisher to 1-800 in that last outing, coming from off the pace in that one. So he has the inside advantage over 1-800 this week, so we'll see how that plays out. But Fast Louie, another good option here for Dowling and Doyle at 9-5. Got another happy birthday shout out. Barney McGuigan sends this along. Happy birthday to Alexander Trapper Macquarie from Inverness. So happy birthday to you from all of us at Red Shores and your pal Barney McGuigan, as the field for race 7 lines up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Up to Vance Cameron for the call.
Almac exclusive, captain of rock and roll, Hunter's Hero. Fast Louie, High Praise, and 1-800. A half a dozen noses moving up to the starting gate here in the 7th. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Rough and facing Fast Louie leaving out along with Hunter's Hero way wide. 1-800's firing as they round that first turn. 1-800 on the far outside, the leader. Hunter's Hero is second, away third. That's Almac exclusive. Fast Louie moved into 4th. Then Captain of Rock and Roll 5th, and the trailer High Praise 6th. Along the backstretch for the first time. Approaching the opening quarter, it's 1-800 and Gilles Barrio by 2. Second is Hunter's Hero, racing from 3rd. That's Almac exclusive. Then the 4th one on the turn is Fast Louie. 28-3 was the quarter. On the turn in 5th, that's Captain of Rock and Roll, and trailing the field, High Praise 6. Down the stretch in straight alignment as they move towards the half mile. And it's 1-800 on the lead by almost 3. Second is Hunter's Hero, then 3rd is Almac exclusive. Fast Louie continuing 4th. 5th is Captain of Rock and Roll. High Praise 6. 57-1 for an opening half mile consecutive 28-3 splits, down to 3/8 of a mile to go. 1-800 has a couple on Hunter's Hero. Fast Louie sent to the outside to take over 3rd. Almac exclusive riding the rail 4th. Captain of Rock and Roll back 5th, and the trailer High Praise 3/4 completed. 1-800 got the field there in 1-25-2, 28-1 in the 3rd, coming on home. 1-800. Fast Louie has him in his sights now. Racing from 3rd, Hunter's Hero. They're in deep stretch now. Fast Louie, 1-800. Fast Louie, 1-800. Might have come back on. Once again, it's picture time in Charlottetown. And the time for the mile, wow, 1:53-1.
Wow, what a nice finish here in race 7. Great races all through the card here tonight so far, and another great finish here. A gutsy effort on the front end by 1-800 as he put up big fractions. 28-3, half, 57-1, 3/4, 25-2, and then he's going to get Fast Louie on his outside, and he's going to dig deep though, and I think he hangs on. Yeah, he does. It's posted now. The 6-1-800 does dig in late and fend off that late challenge from the 4 Fast Louie, who was dead game for Dowling on the outside. He raced super as well. Time of the mile 1:53-1 for 1-800 and Barrio, and we'll see them back in that Crown Rust Protection winner circle next.
In that win photo, it's 6-1-800. One 800 going to the Crown Rust Protection winner's circle from the 7th race. Bay Pacing Stallion, the 8-year-old son of Some Beach Somewhere, is off the Western Terror Dam Economy Terror. Owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick. Bred by Chuck Pompey, Howard Taylor, and Edwin Gold. Trained by Ronnie Matheson, Gil Barrio has his second winner on the night for the double. The horse has a closing quarter of 27-4. Stops the clock in 1:53. And a 1/5. 1-800 and the Barrio double in the 7th. Here's the official results now from the 7th race. Halmack Exclusive, 4th. Captain of Rock and Roll, 6th. Hunter's Hero, 3rd. Fast Louie was 2nd. High Praise finished 5th. And 1-800 was the race winner. Fractions of 28-3. 57-1. 125-2. And the mile in 153-1. In review, it's 4-6-3-2-5-1. 1-800 paid $3.90. The exactor $6. The triactor $19.20, and the superfecta was $3.44.
Red Shores Racing is excited to offer a pick four as part of a 2026 wagering menu. The late pick four will be on the last 4 races of every card at Red Shores Charlottetown and Red Shores Summerside, and features a $1,000 guaranteed pool with a low 15% takeout, and it kicks off right here in race 8. So good luck with your selections if you're playing along in the pick four.
On the 8th race post parade, Sword from the Stone, number 1, owned by Blair Sweet of Coleman, Gordy McCollum of Brackley Beach, trained by Ralph Sweet, Kenny Murphy drives. 2, Brookdale Thomas, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Paul Langeau. Roll with the Warden, number 3, owned by Elmer Fall and Tara Baird, Corey McPherson trains and drives. Reggie the Fourth, number 4, owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell up. Fire and Blood 5, owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick, trained by Alan Stevenson. Mike Downey driving. Gigi's Dream, number 6, owned by Matt and David Burke of Stratford, Windermere Farms of Springvale, trained by Earl Watts. Adam Murder drives. 5 minutes wagering time on race 8. Kurt is back with the top picks in just a moment. But first, a message from Dr. Mitch Downey and 1-800.
It was a pairing of world champions, legendary Sire of Sires, Some Beach Somewhere, and millionairess Economy Terror. Now their fastest son is standing in the Maritimes. 1-800. Some Beach Somewhere set 4 world records and Sire champions. Economy Terror out-earned Sweet Lou at 2, winning the Breeders' Crown and set a world record. Bred only to world champions and Dan Patch winners, she's produced 7 $100,000 winners, fetching top price at the Lexington Select Sale. 1-800 paced half miles in 52 and change at 2 and 3 in this lifetime best performance of 1:48. Lightly raced, he now enters stud as his dam's fastest son. New for 2026. 1-800. Call Dr. Mitch Downey to book today.
Okay, 3 away from race 8. A lot of great action so far tonight. Going to be another good one here. Gigi's Dream. Going to be my top play at a post 6 going on the Lasix program. Had a nice qualifier there, 57-3. Show good lines at Woodbine Mohawk Park prior to coming here. And so moving into the Earl Watts stable, Adam Murner picks up the live drive, closing quarter in the qualifier, 28-1. So I think they can overcome post 6 to get it done. I like the value I'm getting out there in post 6. 3-1 currently on GG's Dream. There's one guy that might have something to say about GG's Dream getting the job done. That's Reggie the Fourth, a good-looking son by Huntsville. Landon Campbell trains. Mark Campbell in the seat. A good front-end victory in his first start here in Charlottetown. 57-2 right on the front end from post 5. 27-3 closer. Probably be driven aggressively again here tonight. Most likely on the front end, but he may get a call from GG's Dream early, and so we'll see how they duke it out in the early going. But Reggie the Fourth, owned by Brady Doyle, got a great shot in here. Currently the favorite, slight favorite at 4-5. Sword from the Stone, real good last time out. Had the rail, got a good 2-hole ride. Good second by 4 1/4 at the wire. 58-1 for Kenny Murphy. Kenny's in the seat again here tonight. Close in quarter, 28 flat. So he was a runner-up to Reggie the Fourth last time out. He should be part of this ticket again, leaving right out of the same post. So Sword from the Stone getting 9-1 currently on Murphy and the 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, now time to check your 50-50 draw tickets. Tonight valued at $820. The winning number will be E3000-335. Tonight's 50-50 winning number for $820. E300. So 335. It's 3000335. Good luck. And we'll extend a happy birthday greeting to one of our 50-50 selling ladies. Heather Dorsey's going to celebrate tomorrow. Heather, happy birthday from your friends here at Redshores, Charlottetown.
The Metro Home Building Center starting gate in motion here for tonight's 8th race. Let's go back upstairs for the call to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Sword from the Stone, Brookdale Thomas roll with the Warden. Reggie the Fourth, Fire and Blood, GG's Dream, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. The Rough and pacing GG's Dream, Reggie the Fourth, soared from the stone towards the rail, leaving out. Fourth into the turn is Brookdale Thomas to get away in fifth. Roll with the Warden. Fire and Blood will trail. 3 wide going by the eighth pole. They're serious in the early going. And it's Reggie the Fourth from Mark Campbell. Gonna lead it. GG's Dream is tucked away for a 2-hole ride, all alone in third. Soared from the stone. Brookdale Thomas has fourth. Roll with the Warden fifth. And trailing the field, that is Fire and Blood. They went 28. And a 1 to the quarter, a solid opener. And that's Reggie the Fourth leading on by the 3/8 right there on his back in the 2-hole. GG's Dream racing third is Sword from the Stone. Brookdale Thomas continuing fourth. Roll with the Warden fifth. And Fire and Blood is sixth at the midway point. Reggie the Fourth getting the field halfway home. GG's Dream stalking in the 2-hole. 57 seconds flat to half. Sword from the Stone around the turn third. Brookdale Thomas fourth. Fifth is Roll with the Warden. On the outside, Fire and Blood is sixth. They're going to 3/4 next. And it's Reggie the Fourth continuing to lead. GG's Dream. Brookdale Thomas picks up third on the outside. In at the rail fourth, that's Sword from the Stone. Fire and Blood is taken over fifth. Now trailing, that's Roll with the Warden. The 3/4 up in 1, 2, 1, E6 and 3. And they're homeward bound. Reggie the Fourth coming home with the lead. GG's Dream is second. Brookdale Thomas on the outside third. Fire and Blood way wide coming late. But Reggie the Fourth from Mark Campbell on the line. GG's Dream held second. Fire and Blood rallied up third. Time for the mile in 1:55 flat.
Another nice front-end win for Reggie the Fourth and Mark Campbell. This time 155, closing it out 28-2. GG's Dream did get that dreamy 2-hole ride, but had no answer for Reggie the Fourth in the final panel. And a nice closing effort from Fire and Blood, the 3-year-old colt by Blood Money, closing strong on the outside, going up against some older horses here tonight. And Mike Downey and Fire and Blood finished really strong to get up for the show, though. But no doubt about the winner. It's Reggie the Fourth as he goes back-to-back for Campbell, and we'll see them back in that Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
Reggie the Fourth into the 8th race winner's circle by pacing gelding 5 years. The son of Huntsville is off the Daylon Frontier Dam. Ruthie J. Colleen, owned by Brady Doyle of Stratford, bred by Fiddler's Creek Stables of Florida. Trainer Landon Campbell has the training double. Mark Campbell will guide him to victory. And the time for the mile in 1:55. Reggie the Fourth in the 8th. Now the official results from the 8th race: Sword from the Stone 5th, Brookdale Thomas 4th, Roll with the Warden was 6th, Reggie the 4th, the race winner. Fire and Blood finished 3rd. Gigi's Dream was 2nd. Fractions were 28 and 1, 57, 126 and 3, and the mile time in 155. In review, 546, 132. Reggie the 4th paid 210. The Exactor 390, Triactor 1810, Superfecta 348.
Red Shores Summerside is proud to host the 2026 Atlantic Regional Driving Championship on Tuesday, June 23rd. Gilles Barrio, Mark Campbell, Mike Downey, Paul Angel, Keith Legg, Corey McPherson, Zach Mullins, and Mark Pezzarella will compete for championship honors, and the top 2 drivers will represent the Atlantic region at the National Driving Championship at Clinton Raceway in July. Okay, we got additional lines on 2 of the horses in this upcoming 9th race. The 2 Roll Your Coin and the 6 Captain Highliner. Both raced on Thursday night. Captain Highliner, and they raced in the same race on Thursday night. It was race 5. It was now winners to 951 last 4, and Captain Highliner dominated, brushed and crushed, winning by 8 3/4 lengths in 157 flat. Closing quarter 28 and 2, and Roll Your Coin left out of post 4 and finished 7 by 18.5 in 2 minutes 3/5. So those are the additional lines in the upcoming 9th race.
Ninth race set for the post parade, number 1, Maintenance Man, owned by Brittany Watts of Springvale. Adam Murner trains and drives. Roll Your Coin, number 2, owned by Tom Hollis of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by Stephen Quinn. Miles Heffernan Sr. driving. Starship Glide 3 is owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, trained by Earl Watts. Paul Angel. 4 is J.K.'s Henry, owned by Alan Smith of Brookfield and Brad Smith of North Wiltshire. Brad trains and drives, and Brad celebrates his birthday here at the driving park. So it's happy birthday to Brad Smith. Number 5 is Weimar Jimbo, owned by Nigel and Leona Smart and Eric Doucette of Rustico. Eric does the conditioning, driven by Kenny Murphy. Captain Highliner 6, owned by Max Webster Stable of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Jennifer Doyle, driven by David Dowling. Neptune Sealster 7, owned by Carly Ward, Mickey Gallant, and Nicole McPherson, trained by Mickey Gallant. Brady Sweet drives. Number 8 is Mock Art in Motion, owned by Tyler and Shelley Wilkie of Stratford, trained by Kyle Wilkie. Jason Hughes drives. 5 minutes wagering time here in the 9th race. Mark your calendars for the Gold Cup and Saucer Trials on August 15th, followed by the $100,000 final on Saturday, August 22nd.
PEI is a special place with a special race. The Gold Cup and Saucer, the greatest show in harness racing. This year, we celebrate the 67th edition of Canada's most prestigious race on a half-mile track.
Top Ombre and Dave Smith win the Gold Cup and Saucer.
Hard Sharps got Zeron in the Gold Cup and Saucer.
It's Nuclear Flash to win it.
Join us this August on Prince Edward Island for the Gold Cup and Saucer, presented by Atlantic Lottery. Visit Redshores.ca for more details.
Ninth race starters on track. No winners, 951 last 4, and Captain Highliner doing a little double dipping at this level. He was a winner at this level on Thursday night. He got away 5th from post 3, made a move on the outside. He was 5th on the outside at the half, 1st on the outside at the 3/4 pole, and romped by 8 3/4 lengths at the finish, and race time to 1:57 flat, closing quarter 28-2, and that was for David Dowling. And again, that was on Thursday night, so that line to be announced is a win in 57, and roll your coin with the line to be announced. Also in that race was a distant 7th by 18.5 at the finish, 2 minutes 3/5, closing quarter 31 flat for Miles Heffernan. And so I'm going with the 6 off that big win on Thursday night. I think they can come right back here with another W and go back-to-back down at this 951 level. They had post 7 back on May 2nd and really never get into the mile. Ended up 7th and 58-4. But off that big win, I'm going to go right back to them. 3-5. Adam Murner trains and drives the one maintenance man for Brittany Watts of Springvale. This one coming in off a qualifier there in 4th, 59-2. Had a good second by a neck in the last start there, January 31st. Pretty similar level as tonight. Hopefully he's ready to go. First start off the bench. He's a great starting spot, so we'll see how they do. At a post 1 maintenance man, 13-1 currently. Starship Glide, 6-time winner last year from 19 starts, a mark of 55-1 at Summerside, and a good qualifier under his belt where he got away 7th by 10 and circled almost the entire field there, second by a half length to Saltwater Captain, 2:01-1, closing quarter 27-4. So that was a really nice effort, and so we'll see how he and Langell get along from post 3. Starship Glide, going to use them for 3rd in the try at 11-1. Race 9 starters lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's post time. Let's go back upstairs for the call to Vance Cameron.
Maintenance man, roll your coin. Starship Glide, JK's Henry. Ramar Jimbo, Captain Highliner, Neptune Sealster, and Mockart in Motion are at the top of the stretch. Ninth race ready for a start. The rough and pacing Captain Highliner, Starship Glide, and up the rail Maintenance Man. That trio leaving out. Up in between horses, Roll Your Coin is there. Racing from 5th, JK's Henry, Ramar Jimbo 6th, Neptune Sealster 7th, and the early trailer, Mockart in Motion, quarter pole bound. Maintenance Man guarding the rail, and his lead is short-lived. Here's Starship Glide driving up for Paul Langell to take over the lead, and that's unfamiliar territory for Starship Glide, right on the engine tonight, racing by the quarter. Racing from second is Maintenance Man on the turn in third. Roll Your Coin, the quarter mile in 30 and a 1/5. Racing from fourth, that is Captain Highliner. Fifth coming out of the turn is JK's Henry. Ramar Jimbo is sixth. Moving out from seventh, that's Neptune Sealster, followed by the trailer. Mockart in Motion, halfway home in the ninth, led by Starship Glide and Langell. Two-hole ride Maintenance Man into the turn third. That is Roll Your Coin, 60 seconds flat for the half mile. Arriving at the 5-8, Starship Glide leading Maintenance Man. Third is Roll Your Coin, then in fourth, Captain Highliner, and he's going to the outside. Fifth is JK's Henry, Ramar Jimbo 6, Neptune Sealster. He's seventh, and the trailer, Mockart in Motion by the three-quarters they go. Starship Glide is still there, and it's getting late. Racing from second is Maintenance Man. Captain Highliner has moved into third. Up at three-quarters of 1:29 and 1. They're turning for home. Starship Glide opening up the lead late. Maintenance Man is second. Captain Highliner third. That's the way they'll finish. It's Starship Glide for Paul Langell. Maintenance Man was second. Captain Highliner will finish third. And the time for the mile, 1:56 and 2.
.27 and 1 closer, and Langell never moved a line on this guy in the final quarter. Wow, is he large and in charge tonight. Starship Glide, the 3. Langell, as Vance mentioned, very unfamiliar territory for him. He's usually not on the front end. You can look down his lines. Closest he's been is third by 3 lengths, and that was back in September of 2025. And so Langell putting him here on the front tonight, and he was just a passenger as he gets it done in 56 and 2, back half in 56 and 2. Starship Glide and Langell win the ninth, and they'll be back in that Crown Rust Protection Winner Circle next.
Starship Glide arrives at the Crown Rust Protection winner's circle from the ninth race. Bay Pacing gelding is 6 by Control the Moment off the American Ideal Dam American Chocolate. Owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, bred by Claude Portier of Quebec. Trained by Earl Watts. Paul Angel, second winner on the night. For the double, the wire-to-wire tripped in 156 and 2 with a closing panel of 27 and 1. Starship Glide doubles up Paul Langell in the ninth. Here's the official results from the ninth race. Maintenance Man was second. Roll Your Coin fourth. Starship Glide, the race winner. J.K.'s Henry sixth. Weimar Jimbo was fifth. Captain Highliner finished third. Neptune Sealster was eighth. Mockart in Motion finished seventh. They went 30 and 1. 1 minute, 129 and 1, and the mile 156 and 2. From the top, your program reads 241-653-87. Starship Glide returning 1550. The exactor was 5090. The triactor 13690, and the superfecta was 8034.
The McDonald family is pleased to present the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial in memory of their parents. The Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial is scheduled for Saturday, August 1st at Redshores, Charlottetown. And following the race, the McDonald family will present a cooler and trophy to the winning horse and owner.
Preferred Pacers and their drivers in the Saturday night feature enter the track for post parade. Number 1, Brigus, owned by Milton Young of Paradise, Newfoundland. Trained by Nick Oakes, driven by Kenny Murphy. One Wicked Man, 2, Kenny Arsenault, training and driving for owner James Perot, Stratford. Nothing But Finesse, 3, is owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick, trained by Alan Stevenson. Mike Downey drives. Twin B Tough Enough 4, owned by Patrick Moores of Charlottetown, trained by Ron Matheson, Corey McPherson driving. 5 Blood Money is owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick, trained by Ron Matheson, Gilles Barriol. 5 minutes wagering time on race number 10, and Kurt, you and I are coming back with our selections here in the Saturday night featured preferred. And once again, we thank our friends at Results Marketing and Advertising and their presentation of the Vance Cam. Well, Barry O, he decided to pick Blood Money, and why not, Kurt? He's been solid since we opened up the meet. Back-to-back wins in 53 and change. Another compact field of 5 here in the Saturday feature. I'll look for him to get win number 5 in a row after tonight. Going to go right beside him. And the stablemate, Twin B Tough Enough. He's now an 11-year-old stallion, but he can still put it together on the racetrack. I'm using him for the deuce. I like 3, Nothing But Finesse. For third, and for super players, I went to One Wicked Man. 5, 4, 3, 2. I'm kind of following your choices, Kurt, as I noticed them on the selection board. But down to you and yours.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. 5, 4, 3 for me, too. Peter McPhee in the post-time picks, he also likes 5, 4, 3 as well, Vance. And for all the reasons you mentioned, Blood Money, since they took the hobbles off this guy, I went back and watched a few of his replays. He's really reaching out, I think, a little further. Maybe it's just in my head, but he looks to be reaching a little further and grabbing more racetrack without the hobbles on. He's got that flawless gait, and so it's nice to see him do his work as he's doing double duty. They both are, Twin B Tough Enough and him, in the stud barn and out here on the racetrack. And usually when they do the double duty, they race well. And so Blood Money, again, going for his 3rd straight here in the spring meet, and Barrio has selected him over the stablemate there, Twin B Tough Enough. So we like him on top here to make it now 3 in a row for the spring meet, picking up his 5th, actually, if you look at his lines. And so the Maritime Magic Man got a real good shot here at 6-5. Brigus on the rail, you're getting 8-1 on him. He's coming in off a 5th and 56 at the preferred 2 level. He had the 2-hole ride last time out. Kenny Murphy picks up the drive on him. One Wicked Man. This guy had an incredible sophomore campaign. He was a winner of the Barrio McIsaac, that lucrative final, and he had quite a season, almost $100,000 in earnings, winning 8 of his 19 starts, and so excited to see his 4-year-old debut as he's going to take on the older horses this year, which is always tough for a 4-year-old. And Kenny Arsenault trains and drives that talented son of McWicket for James Perot, 5-1 currently on him. And Nothing But Finesse, Mike Downey coming in off a strong second to Blood Money last time out, 27-3 closer. You're getting 11-1 on him. He was not that far back, just 5 3/4 lengths. And then the outside 2 out of the Ron Matheson stable, pretty much co-favorites right now. 4-5 on the 4, Twin Beat Tough Enough in McPherson, and 6-5, slight second choice to Blood Money and Burial. Owner of the 4, Pat Morris, Twin Beat Tough Enough. He took a big swing on Gate a couple weeks ago, purchasing ammo for over $100,000. Hopefully he has landed here, maybe in Charlottetown. We'll see him soon on the track. But he was just an incredible horse for the Burke Brigade, and so we'll see if we see ammo surfacing over the next couple weeks for Matheson and Morris. And again, Twin Beat Tough Enough, standing stud, coming in off that qualifier, 56-4. Corey McPherson picks up that live mount, and they've been kind of changing odds here. Now he's 9-5 on the board, with Blood Money getting the majority of the money and attention at 3-5. We're getting close here in the feature. Saturday night feature, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's upstairs we go to Vance Cameron for the call.
From the rail out, Brigus, One Wicked Man, Nothing But Finesse, Twin Beat Tough Enough, Blood Money, top of the stretch. Here they come. It's the Bearcats. It's the Preferred. It's Saturday night. It's showtime. They're up and facing Twin Beat Tough Enough. Nothing But Finesse. Blood Money will join them from the outside third. Fourth into the turn is Brigade, followed then by One Wicked Man fifth. They roll round the turn, and Twin Beat Tough Enough clears the lead for McPherson. Here's Stablemate coming, Blood Money, and he's picking them off here for Burial. Blood Money takes over. Twin Beat Tough Enough now second, Nothing But Finesse third. Racing from fourth, Brigus, trailing the field. One Wicked Man is fifth. They're by the quarter, and they opened it up with Blood Money, and he was there. Boom! Just like that, 27-3 was the quarter. Down the stretch for time one. Blood Money now out in front on Twin Beat Tough Enough. Nothing But Finesse third, Briggish fourth, and the trailer fifth. One Wicked Man. Burial trying to get a breather in here in the feature. He's halfway home with the lead with Blood Money. Second is Twin Beat Tough Enough. Nothing But Finesse third, Briggish fourth. One Wicked Man is fifth. They're 50 6 and 3 for half a mile. By 5/8 straight alignment to 3/4 next. Blood Money leads Twin Bee Tough Enough. Then in third, Nothing But Finesse. One Wicked Man is fourth on the outside. Trailing at the rail, that is Brigus with a 1/4 of a mile left to go. Blood Money is still there in the late going. Twin Bee Tough Enough is second. Nothing But Finesse third. 3/4 in 1:25 and 4. And they're headed on down the home stretch now. Blood Money looking to see it through. Twin Bee Tough Enough is second. Nothing But Finesse third. Here is Blood Money and the Maritime Magic Man Gilberto. They do it again. Twin Bee Tough Enough was second. Nothing But Finesse third. And he does it in 1:52.4.
Five, four, three, two, one is the unofficial finish of tonight's feature, and what a trip by Blood Money as he does make it 5 in a row, 3 in a row here in the spring meet. Look at Barrio sitting chilly in the bike as they're coming down the stretch. Closing quarter, 27 seconds flat. This guy, the front end speed, like the way he moves those legs up front, the action, just incredible how he reaches for Racetrack, and he does it again here from the outside of the gate. He goes right to the front and right down the road. Another great trip, 52 and 4, and we'll see him back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle in just a moment.
Blood Money arrives at the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle from the featured 10th race. Pacing Brown Stallion 10 by Sweet Lou from the Western Ideal Dam Blood Diamond. Home of Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick. Bred by Diamond Creek Farm. Trainer Ronnie Matheson has the double. Driver Gilberto has the driving triple tonight. Excellent trip on the veteran pacer. He now has 5 wins in a row. He'll close it out in 27 seconds flat, stopping the clock in 1:52 and 4. Blood Money in the Saturday night feature at Charlottetown. Now the official results in race 10, Brigus was 5th, One Wicked Man 4th, Nothing But Finesse 3rd, Twin Bee Tough Enough was 2nd, Blood Money the race winner. They went 27 and 3, 56 and 3, 125 and 4, the mile 152 and 4. In review, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Blood Money 260, Exactor 560, Triactor 940, Superfecta was $1.52.
Red Shores Racing features an early and late Super High Five as part of the 2026 wagering menu. The Super High Five is offered on race 5 in the last race of the program with a low 15% takeout, and customers can play the Super High Five at Red Shores Charlottetown and Red Shores Summerside.
Tonight's 11th race on the track for the parade. Number 1 is Brookdale J. Mack, owned by Douglas and Doug Polly of Amherst, Nova Scotia. And Doug Polly celebrates his birthday on this Saturday night, so happy birthday, Mr. Polly. Phil Sizer trains, Paul Angel drives. Dylan Sam 2, owned by Alan Gregory of Charlottetown and Tyson McDonald of Hazelbrook. Alan is the trainer, driven by Brady Sweet. Redland Sampson, number 3. The owners are Donnie Smith, Troy Cudmore, Roderick Gillis, and Paul Hogan. Cliff Murphy trains, Kenny Murphy driving. Edge of the World, number 4. Brett LeBlanc, co-owns, trains and drives. Co-owner, Nolan Campbell. ABC, number 5. Omadure Burho, Charlottetown, trained by Cliff Murphy. Stephen Murphy up. First Glance, number 6, owned by Max Webster Stable of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Jennifer Doyle, Miles Heffernan Sr. 7 is Mantario, owned by Jennifer Doyle, Max Webster Stable, and Melissa McCrae. Jennifer does the training, driven by David Dowling. 8 is Cheeky Play, owned by Aubrey Cameron of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, and Corey McPherson of Cornwall. Corey is the trainer-driver. Down to 5 minutes wagering time here in race number 11. Join us for our next Carnival Live racing on Thursday at 6 p.m. For free race programs and post-time picks, you can always visit the Red Shores Player Portal.
Okay, finale on the track. Super High Five time here in Charlottetown. I'm going with a 7.3285. Vance Cameron very close. He likes a 3.7285. We're just changing it up with the top two. Yeah, I like Mantario. I think he could make it 3 in a row. He's marching up the class ladder. He just loves the PEI air, and so I think he can make it 3 in a row. And so Mantario, top play in here at 3-4. Got to give a shout out to Dan Raven tuning in from the hospital in St. John. Hope you're feeling better and hope you're on the mend. And hopefully we'll see you maybe at Red Shores very soon as he's talking up blood money, and why not? What an incredible performance from him in our feature tonight. The way his front end moves, just incredible around that last turn, reaching for Racetrack. 27 seconds, final quarter, getting the job done in 52-4. Yeah, I agree with you, Dan. Great trip from him, and thanks for tuning in and making us part of your night. We're closing it out here with our finale. Race 11, now winners at 13:01. Last four, 1-9 on Brookdale J. Mack, coming in off a big closing quarter of 27-2, a mile and 156-1. Yeah, he'll be tough to beat. Also in the race, Mantario coming in off 2 straight victories, could make it 3 in a row here, and another couple good options in this race if you're playing the super high five, the 3, 2, and 5. I like them as well for part of this ticket. Redland Sampson, Dylan Sam, and the 5 ABC gets along great with Steve Murphy. So we're getting close here in the finale. Metro Home Building Center starting gate in motion for the finale here at Red Shores. Vance, what a night of racing. A lot of talent on the track tonight.
And a lot more coming too, Kurt. As you mentioned, Ammo, he's on his way here to the East Coast. Just gets better and better every week of the year. They're lining up here in race number 11 with Brookdale J. Mack, Dylan Sam, Redland Sampson, Edge of the World, ABC. First Glance, Mantario, Cheeky Play, It's Super High Five, Post Time. Often pacing Dylan Sam and Brookdale J. Mack on the inside are leaving out. Redland Sampson third around the turn. Edge of the World is fourth. 3 wide First Glance fifth. Then ABC goes sixth. Mantario seventh. And trailing Cheeky Play. Quarter pole bound. Guarding the cones. Brookdale J. Mack and Paul Langell are out in front. Second, that is Dylan Sam. Third up the rail, Redland Sampson. First Glance is caught out in fourth. Closing up fifth, that is Edge of the World. Then in sixth, that is ABC with Mantario and Cheeky Play. 28-2 was the opening quarter. And Brookdale J. Mack leading it with Langell. Second coming out of the turn, that's the long shot. That's Dylan Sam. Redland Sampson at long odds goes third. Edge of the World fourth. Then in fifth, it's ABC. Sixth is Mantario. First Glance on the outside seventh. And Cheeky Play along the rail is eighth. Halfway home in the nightcap. Oh, and they're sitting up in here. 50 6-1 was the half mile. They went 27-4. Second quarter, Brookdale J. Mack, the leader. Dylan Sam races second. Back into third is Redland Sampson. Edge of the world fourth. Fifth along the inside is ABC. That's Manterio. Then Cheeky Play. And First Glance. The three quarters went 1:25 flat with an eighth of a mile to go. Opening by 4. Brookdale J. Mack. Dylan Sam strictly giving chase. Redland Sampson third. Edge of the world fourth. Through the stretch they come. Brookdale J. Mack brought the A game to Charlottetown. Langell's in the driver's seat for the triple. Second, Dylan Sam. Redland Sampson third. And an excellent trip to close it out. 1:54 flat.
New speed badge for the now 5-year-old He's watching, lowers it by over a second as he gets it done on the front end from the rail. Half 56-1. Langell rocking and rolling with this guy. 125 kicks home in 29 flat on cruise control, finishing 154. A wrapped up winner by Langell, and Brookdale J. Mack closes down Charlottetown with an impressive lifetime best. Again, the time 154 for Brookdale J. Mack. We'll see him back in the Crown Rust Protection Winner's Circle next.
Well, we've got a happy birthday winner, and it'll even bring Phil to the winner's circle here in the nightcap, and that is Brookdale J. Mack on his way into the Crown Rust Protection winner's circle here in the 11th. Brookdale J. Mack may pacing gelding fine, but he's watching off the Bettor's Delight Dam, Bettor's Chance, Alma Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, bred by Hanover Shoe Farms. Trained by Phil Sizer, Paul Langell has his third winner on the night for the triple. The horse on top at every call, and he's never been better than he just was tonight here in Charlottetown, pacing to a new race win record of 154. Brookdale J. Mack triples up Paul Langell in the super high five. Now the official results from race 11, Brookdale J. Mack, the race winner. Dylan Sam was second, Redland Sampson third, Edge of the World fourth, ABC sixth, First Glance was eighth, Manterio finished 5th. Cheeky Play was 7th. 28-2, 56-1, 125, and the Mild in 154. In review, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 5, 7. Brookdale J Mac 220. Exactor 1340. Triactor 4680. Super High 5 was 3411, and the late daily double paid $240. And that will complete our live presentation tonight here in Charlottetown. The Palm Beach will handle $72,215. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron bidding you a safe journey home.